Our lamb judge today is Adam Ling. He's a Sam Houston State graduate. He's got over 30 years of experience in the sheep and goat business, from raising show lambs to teaching agriculture for 13 years. Currently, he's the career and technical director in his district, and he's judged sheep and goat shows all over the country, and it's always a pleasure, he says, to be invited to judge our own local and county shows. Let's give a round of applause to Adam Ling, our lamb show judge today. I'm sorry, I apologize. It's Adam Lyra. I couldn't read the writing. I'm sorry. Adam Lyra. The floor price today for lambs is $150, and they'll have a trailer over here after a while. But the floor price is $150.
Okay, exhibitors in the barn, just want to give you a reminder that if you need a substitute for the sale on Saturday, we have those forms over here. We need you to fill those out so we have the right contact information to make sure that your sales spot is taken care of. Thank you.
First call, medium weight final. First call, medium weight final. Okay, second call, Class 2 finals. Second call.
Well, good morning, and what a pleasure it is to come out here and evaluate your young individuals' livestock here at the Gillespie County Fair. What a nice set of lightweight finals we bring to the ring. The young man's final that wins a class. Here's a final that when he came in the ring, he's the most functional from when you start from the ground up. He's got some base width. He's neat in his structure. He's massive down his top and through that hip and loin. Just a complete sheep to start our class. I think a nice one to bring on. Our young man's wether here in second. Here's a wether that gets a little more refined in its makeup, not quite as massive down that top as we analyze him to our first place lamb, and one that you get over the top of him, get out of his hip. We'd like to blow him out a little bit to compete with our first, and one that just doesn't have quite that stifle and lower leg as we analyze him, but I think a nice second place to come in this class here. Our young man's here in third. Here's another wether that's just extremely green right now when you get to analyze him. One that you like the rack shape that this lamb has, but you get over the top of him, it gets a little rounder in his loin edge, not quite as complete out of his hip, and one that you got to get his flank in him a little better, a little neater look from the side to move up in class. But I think a nice one here. And our young man here in the fourth hole, here's one that just isn't quite ready for us today, one that you get over the top of him. He gets a little higher in his chine bone, one that you put in motion. He wants to get a little higher in his spine. I'd like to lay him down, get him a little more functional on the move. But I think an excellent set of sheep and an excellent set of exhibitors. Let's give him a round of applause.
Our results of our class one of the finals is sixth place Jacob Connor, fifth place Emma Bond, fourth place Trip Barnett, third place Ethan Marshall, second place Ethan Marshall, and our class winner is Clay Feller. Entering the show ring now is Class 2 Fine Wolves. First call for Class 3, go to the holding pen.
Second call, Class 3 Fine Rules. Bring them to the ring. Blaine Edwards, we need your Class 3 fine wool.
When we bring your Class 2 fine walls out here, it doesn't, the first place doesn't sort quite as quick as it did in the first class, but I think that's because we got a little deeper class. Our young lady's wether here that starts her class is one that's definitely the most mature, dimensional down his top, got some feel to him, one that's the biggest down his back, wide and fresh out of that loin and in through that hip and lower leg, and one that you still like for the circumference of bone that he has, one that's cracked open in his chest floor, one that you could say you'd like to extend him a little more out of that front end, get him a little more stretch in his neck. I think a nice one to start the class. Our young man's wether here in second is one that patterns our first, one that you like, the top shape that he has, one that's not quite as massive in that lower third of leg, and one that may get a little softer when you put your hands on him as compared to our first place lamb. I think a nice pair to start our class with. Our young man's lamb here in third, here's one that isn't working quite as well for him, one that gets a little more conventional when you turn him from the side, not quite as extended and tall as when you analyze him to the lambs above him, one that just doesn't have quite that muscularity and firmness that our first pair has. I think a nice one here. And then we get to our young man's here in fourth. Here's one that's real cool to look at, real shallow up through his chest, long from flank to flank. We just got get a little more body width, blow him out in that center body, give him a little muscularity out of that hip, lower leg to move up in class. I think a nice group here. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placings for Class 2 fine wool are 7th place, Matthew Groby, 6th place, Adam Usner, 5th place, Audie Usner, 4th place, Owen Halfman, 3rd place, Wesley Spaeth, 2nd place, William Spaeth, and our rounding out our class winner is Whitney Spaeth. Entering the show ring now is Class 3 fine wools.
First call, lightweight cross, class 1. Lightweight cross.
When we bring your heavyweights out here, definitely the deepest class from top to bottom. The young ladies' weather that starts the class is definitely the combination sheep. You can analyze him from the side. He's one that's got some rib design in him. He has some structure. He has some base width. One that's definitely the most powerful down his top, freshest through that loin and out of that hip, lower leg. I'd like to see him get stretched a little bit, get his front end out of him. And one that you might would make him just a little taller front end as we compare him to the second place lamb. I think a lamb that comes in first pretty handily for me in this class. Our young man's weather here in second. Here's one that you like to turn from the side and take a picture with. Unfortunately, when we get him to compare with our first place lamb, he just doesn't have that muscularity, that thickness down that top, not quite as fresh and as ready for me today when you get your hands on him, but one that you sure love for the shallowness and heart that he has, the extension he has up through that front end. We just got to make him a little more powerful for me to compete with our first place lamb. I think a nice pair there. Our young man's here in third, one that probably patterns our first a little better than our second, but one that you get over him, he gets a little more conventional. He's not quite as neat when you turn him from the side, gets a little deeper in that forerib, and one that you put your hands over those ribs, he's starting to get a little fleshier than the pair above him, and one that you think you like for the top shape, but he needs to blow out a little more in them hooks to pins. I think a nice trio. We get to our young man's here in fourth. Here's one that's big in its kind and design, but one that's starting to get up through his chest, get a little more fleshier over those ribs. We need to just lean him up, get a little more track time and everything, get him a little harder to the touch, and we can do some different things. Then we get to our young man here in fourth. Here's another one that's extremely elegant from the side, real attractive, one that just doesn't have quite that power down his top. I'd like to move his neck set in him a little bit. He wants to get a little low neck set, one that's not quite as neat and stout in his structure as we analyze him to the four above him. I think a nice group. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Our placings for Class 3 fine wolves are Calvin Groby in 8th place, Emma Geiswhite in 7th, Grayson Gridroby in 6th, Trip Barnett in 5th, Blaine Edwards 4th, Cannon Dance in 3rd, and Brody Rader is 2nd, and our class winner is Briley Rader. In the arena right now is our champion fine wool division.
Second call, lightweight cross, class 1. Second call.
Let's give these fine wool exhibitors a big round of applause here. We talked them in class, and it was a small fine wool show, but it was a deep fine wool show. And for my country, we don't mess with a lot of fine wools. They don't seem to like that East Texas heat and humidity. But I enjoy coming to evaluate them, especially when they're good. And I think we have an excellent set here. I think these kids did an excellent job. I think there's one that stands out to me extremely well. One that's powerful down their top, good from the side, neat in their rib and design, and carry plenty of muscle, and good to the touch, kind of a little more show ready for me. Your heavyweight's going to be your champion follower. Let's give this young lady a round of applause. I think when it comes to reserve, it gets a little closer placing between the three that I got on this line. I think there's one that just fits me a little better today, one that's maybe not the biggest in here, but one that patterns our first, and I think it's got a bright future down the road when we maybe take him to San Antonio or Houston or wherever we might get a chance to go. I think our lightweight's going to be my reserve today. Let's give this young man a round of applause.
Our champion lightweight fine wool division is Briley Rader, and our reserve champion is Clay Feller.
First call, Class 2, fine wool cross, bring him to the ring.
When we bring your lightweight fine wool crosses out here, the young man's ewe lamb that starts the class sorts herself to the front pretty easily. Here's a ewe lamb that you look at. She's nice, she's good rib, she's shallow up through that heart, one that has some structure underneath her, one that's big and bold out of that back and through that loin and out of that hip. Just a complete ewe to start this class. Nice job, young man. Our young lady's wether here in second. Here's one that gets a little more conventional in his kind, one that you'd say could be a little rounder through those shoulders, really one to work as well for this young lady, one that could be a little rounder out of that hip and lower leg, but a sheep that you have to appreciate the amount of muscularity that he has down his top. He's extremely massive rack through that loin and big out of that hip. I just like to smooth him, give him a little more show appeal when you turn him from the side, get him to drive a little harder. We can do some different things. Our young lady's wether here in third. Here's her wether. It's real attractive when you turn him from the side. He just gets a little green for me and a little raw for me down his top today. Not quite as mature in his makeup, not quite as show ready as the pair above him. I think this wether, you bring him home and get all the feed you can in him, get some flank and body, he could do some things down the road. When we get to our young man's wether here in fourth, here's a wether that you look at, gets extremely long from flank to flank. Just gets a little more conventional up through that front end, wants to be a little shorter in his neck set, not quite as massive when you get over the top of him through that hip and lower leg as the three above him. But I think an excellent set of sheep and an excellent set of exhibitors. Let's give them a round of applause.
Nolan Bond, we need your fine wool cross to the ring. Nolan Bond.
We need the first and second place fine wool crosses come back to the arena. Placings for our first class of fine wool, medium wool crosses is Annabelle Wolf in sixth place, Madeline Embry in fifth, Matthew Grobry in fourth, Amberly Klein in third, J.C. Connor second, and Knox Pageant is our class winner.
First call, Class 3, Fine Wool Cross. Bring him to the ring. Second call, Class 3, Fine Wool Cross. Bring him to the ring.
when we bring this class of crosses out here, the young ladies cross that starts a class, again, it's kind of the combination sheep for me. Is he the one that's the most extended, neatest up through that chest flooring class? No, he's not, but I think he's acceptable when you start to talk about dimension of rib and turn to that lower rib, and one that you get over the top of him. He's probably the most expressive, the correctest handling, one that you like for that loin eye, that dimension of hip structure and lower leg. Just a nice, complete sheep to start our class. Our young man's here in second, one that patterns our first extremely well, one that may be a little neater right there at the point of the shoulders, but I think one that when you put him in motion, he don't stay together as well as our first place lamb, one that wants to get his back legs underneath him just a tick, and one that may not be quite as massive right behind them shoulders as we analyze him. I think a nice pair there. Our young man's wether here in third. Here's a wether that's extremely tall at the point of the shoulders, one that you like for the depth of the shallowness that he has up through that chest floor, one that just starts to get out-powered when you get over the top of him, one that's not quite as wide in his hip-loin juncture there, and his bold and his massive and deep down in that twist. I think a nice, neat, cool pattern sheep to start here in our third hole. Our young ladies here in fourth. Here's one that's extremely long top, one that you like when you turn him from the side, but one that you get over and get your hands on it, starts to get a little softer to the touch over those ribs. I like to firm it up, get a little more tonus, one that you'd like to give a little more dimension in center leg to compete with the three above it. But I think a nice quad there. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Oakley Klein, we need your Class 3 fine wool cross to the ring. Oakley Klein.
Results of our Class 2 medium wool crosses. 10th place is Nolan Bond. 9th place, Jalen Pesic. 8th place, Ariana Watson. 7th place, Coda Zamora. 6th place, Madison Contreras. And 5th place, Madison Contreras. 4th place, Lauren Benningfield. 3rd place, Wesley Spate. 2nd place, William Spate. And our class winner is Whitney Spate.
Class 4 fine roll crosses. First call.
In the arena right now is Class 3 medium wool crosses.
When we bring your Class 3 crosses out here, it's a pretty close place in this top 4 here. The young man's weather I started the class with is one that's just kind of complete to me, one that's got some muscularity down that top. He's got some rib design in him. He's good out of his hip. He's got enough rear end to him. If I'd like to change him, I'd like to stretch him out a little bit from flank to flank, give him a little neater, cooler look from the side. I think he's a nice conventional sheep to start the class. Our young man's here in second is kind of a head scratcher. Do you like one that's just bushy legged and you stick to that and get blinded by everything else? Or do you evaluate him for what he is? Here's a sheep that's extremely thick from end to end, but with that muscularity, I get him a little deeper in his forerib, one that's a little rounder out of that shoulder and that hip, and one that I like to lay him down in his top line a little bit. He wants to pick up in his top a little bit too much for me, and you put him in motion, he wants to carry them back legs under him. But I think you got to appreciate the sheep for the amount of muscle that he brings to the ring. Young ladies here, Weather in third. Here's one that's extremely pretty from the side, one that's long and elegant and tall up through that shoulder, but one that you get over the top of him. He just don't have that width of body that the pair above him has, one that you'd like to blow out in his rack shape, give him a little more width in that loin eye, give him a little more lower third of leg. But we could sure do some things moving to that first hole. Our young man's here in fourth is another sheep that just gets a little more common when you turn him from the side, one that gets up in his flank a little bit, one that you do appreciate the rack shape that he has. He's extremely expressive down his top. We just got to get his body right in him, get his flank in him, and when you put him in motion, he can get his old front out of him a little better. I think a nice group. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Entering the arena right now is our medium wool cross class, class 4.
First call, lightweight, Class 1 Southdowns. First call, Class 1 Southdowns.
Results of our class 3 fine wool cross class. 8th place, Blair Marshall. 7th place, Emma Geiswhite. 6th place, Clay Canese. 5th place, Wesley Spake. 4th place, Oakley Klein. 3rd place, Kayla Feller. 2nd place, Grayson Krinwogi. And rounding out our class winner is William Spake.
When we bring your heavyweights out here, there's definitely some differences in these top few here. But I think when you start to analyze them, you got to evaluate what you think's the best for this class and the most ready. And our young man's weather here that starts the class is definitely the one that's most ready for the show ring today. He's one that's big and bold out of that rack shape. He's long from flank to flank. He's one that you like out of his hip. Is he the most massive stifled leg sheep in the class? No, I'll give you that. And he may not be the stoutest featured, but I think he's complete for me in this heavyweight class and the most correct when you get him touched over those ribs. Our young man's weather here in second. Here's one that you like his front end up in him. He's shallow through his heart. One that you appreciate that. He's attractive from the side, but one that you get over the top of him, he just doesn't have quite that width. That center body as we analyze him to our first place lamb, and one that wants to roll out of that hip a little bit. I like to pick his tail head up and give him a little more outside leg. I think a nice, cool sheep to come here in that second hole. Our young ladies here in third. Here's one, the third and fourth. We can talk both of them. Both of these are the thickest probably in the class when you analyze them. Big and massive down their tops. but one that these pair here just gets a little more conventional when you turn them for the side, not quite big enough for the class, ones that want to get a little more deeper and mature up through that chest, ones that you'd sure like to clean up over those ribs, maybe get them in a class or two before we could do some different things. But let's give these guys a big round of applause.
Second call, lightweight Southdowns, bring them to the ring. Class 1 Southdowns.
Attention in the show barn, there's been another phone found in the ladies' restroom. The best way to describe it is it's got gold glitter on the back side. The person who found it turned it into the beverage cart at the, back behind the behind the stands. So if you're missing your phone, gold glitter in the back, it will be at the beverage stand behind the stands.
We're judging for the champion and reserve champion fine wool cross right now. Winners of our heavyweight fine wool cross class are 8th place Cecilia Pesic, 7th place Jacqueline Ray, 6th place Colton Aiken, 5th place Kinley Klain, 4th place Cannon Dance, 3rd place Whitney Spaeth, 2nd place Blaine Edwards, and our class winner is Clay Feller.
Let's give all these fine wool cross exhibitors a big round of applause. I'll be the first to tell you, and I heard Mr. Newsom say it in the GOAT show, I'm not one that's going to come out here and tell you that I want one 150 pounds, I want one 30 pounds, I want one 100 pounds. I'm not that guy that just gets hung up on weight on stuff. If they're if they're correct and they're made right, whether it's a whatever breed it may be, it doesn't bother me. I want to evaluate sheep for what they are and what they need to be. So don't think you're going to guess me today and say, well, he's always going to use a heavy one or he's always going to use a light one. I'm going to use what I feel is best. And I think there's a good group out here on both first and seconds. There's a couple or two or three that kind of fit me a little better today. They're a little more functional when you move them around the ring. Ones that have that muscularity, one that you can back off, and I know it sounds cliche, but you can get behind and take a picture with. that you feel confident and they got some muscularity and still got some marketability about them. So I'm going to go out here and I'm going to shake your hands, your champion cross and then your reserve cross. Again, let's give these guys a big round of applause.
First call, Class 2 Southdowns. First call, Class 2 Southdowns.
Results of our final cross champion is Knox Pageant as our champion, and our reserve champion final cross is William Spate. Congratulations. In the arena right now is our lightweight Southdown class.
Second call, Class 2 Southdowns. Come to the ring, Class 2 Southdowns.
What a lightweight group of Southdowns here. You can go up north and not judge as good a downs as this in their whole state show. So we got a good group here from top to bottom. Young lady's little ewe lamb here. I mean, I know she's giving this poor little girl a little fit, not being able to get her head up, but I give you some credit. You do a good job. It's tough for a little girl to do that, or a little boy, or anybody, little people, to be able to do that and get their sheep showed and get their head out of them. But I commend you. I've got two little ones, so I know what it takes to get there and work them. And when the sheep don't want to work for you, I'm not going to hold that against you as much today. This ewe lamb wins the class pretty easily in my mind. A ewe that's big and massive down that top, extremely wide and big out of that hip. And you got to love the turn to the rib that she has, the amount of muscle that she brings to that lower third, without being a little rounder in her makeup. A ewe that you probably could make her a little more extended up through her front end. But I think when you get this ewe on the go and she gets her head out of her for this young lady, she's extended enough. A nice ewe to start the class. Our young man's Weather here in second, one that you surely got to appreciate the dimension of muscle that he has down that top. He's extremely expressive, but a sheep that gets a little more conventional when you turn him from the side. He's a little rounder out of that shoulder, one that's going to be a little quicker in his maturity pattern. He's going to work good for a lightweight somewhere down the road than what he is here. I think a nice Weather to come here in that second hole. Our young lady's ewe here in third. Here's another one that's extremely neat when you get your hands on it. One that isn't quite as mature and as neat through that lower flank. One that is massive down that top, but one that you like to correct her. She wants to be a little rounder in her muscle makeup out of that hip and lower leg, get her a little smoother from the side. I think a real nice ewe lamb here in the third hole. Then we get to our young man's ewe lamb here in fourth. Here's one that's attractive when you turn it from the side, one that's neat in its shoulder, its design. She just doesn't have quite enough power down that top and out of that hip, lower leg to move up with the three above her. But I think a neat group of sheep. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Okay, attention in show barn. I made an announcement about a phone was found in the women's restroom. It has not been picked up yet. If you're missing a phone, the backside covers gold glitter. They have it at the beverage cart back behind the stands. Thank you.
Results of our lightweight class of Southdowns is Madeline Embry in 10th, Bryson Lott in 9th, Alexandra Hill 8th, Frankie Villarena 7th, Leo Eilers 6th, Anthony Eilers 5th, Jamison Dodes 4th, Hallie Hoffman 3rd, Landon Holmes 2nd, and our class winner is Kayla Sims. Congratulations. For those of you who receive thank you cards to fill out, please, when you're done filling them out, take them to Mason DeLong at the backdrop and give them to her so you can receive your award and take it home.
All right, first call, Class 3 Southdowns. First call, Class 3 Southdowns. Second call, Class 3 Southdowns. Second call, Class 3 Southdown.
when we bring your Class 2 Southdowns out here, the pair that come to the top, I mean, it's a close placing. You can come out here and reevaluate them and do some different things. But the young lady's little ewe lamb that starts the class, I know she's a little bitty thing trying to get this thing drove, but I think when you start to analyze this sheep, when she gets her head up, gets it moving, get your hands on it, that sheep is the most complete and the neatest in its design. When you turn it from the side, one that has some rib about it, has some foot size, one that you like for the rack shape, how complete he is in that hip loin, or her, in that hip loin juncture, now that hip and lower leg, just a nice sheep. I'd like to get him with his head up. We have to work on that to get his head out of her a little better, but I think a nice sheep start. Our young man's ewe lamb here in second. I think Patterns are first. She may be starting to show a little more maturity, a little more depth of chest when we compare her to the first place lamb. But a lamb that you look at it from the side, you can see that old top jumping up in her. She's extremely hard to the touch. One that just isn't quite as neat in her design as we analyze her to the first place lamb. Maybe not quite as big in her foot size as we compare, but I think it's surely acceptable here. Nice pair. Our young man's Weather here in third. Some may move him to first when you get your hands on him. He's extremely thick from end to end. But a Weather for me, one that gets a little deeper and flatter in that forerib, not quite as neat when you turn him from the side, gets a little more conventional and mature looking when you get your hands on him. But I think a nice one here in third. And, you know, we pull these ewe lambs out. It may do some different things here when you get him to a show with a bunch of other Weathers. But I think a nice one come in here in third. Our young lady's ewe lamb here in fourth. Another one that Patterns are 1 and 2, but you get your hands on her, she just gets a little softer over those ribs, not quite as expressive in that outside leg as we compare to the 3 above it. But I think a nice one to come in the fourth hole. And we get to our young man's ewe lamb here in fifth. Here's one that you like for the extension she has through her front end, one that's got her shoulder blades laid in her smooth, one that's neat in her rib design. She just gets outpowered when you get over the top of her. She's not quite as expressive in her rack shape and through that loin and upper hip as we compare it to the 4 above. But I think an excellent set of sheep and more so an excellent set of exhibitors. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Results of our Class 2 Southdown are 15th is Abigail Bond, 14th is Andrea Pesic, 13th Abigail Bond, 12th place Katie Castleberry, 11th place Mason Lott, 10th place Landon Jacoby, 9th place, Creston Hill. 8th place, Madeline Embry. 7th place, Annabelle Page. 6th place, JC Connor. 5th place, Jet Backus. 4th place, Anders Eckert. 3rd place, Braxton Maynard. 2nd place, Creed Byer. And our class winner is Chloe Castleberry. Congratulations. Entering the show ring is Class 3 Southdowns.
All right, first call, Class 4 Southdowns. Class 4 Southdowns, first call. Second call, Class 4 Southdowns. Bring them to the ring. Class 4 Southdowns.
Attention in the poultry barn. If you had a first, second, or third showmanship in the beginner, junior, and senior division, start making your way to the backdrop so we can take your picture. Thank you.
What a fun class of Southdowns to evaluate. It's extremely close placing. If I can take some pieces out of these top three and put them on each of the other one, well, we'd have a real good one. But not to take away from the weather that's starting the class. Here's a sheep that really is more my kind when you get him from the side, one that's extremely tall at the point of the shoulders. His blades are laid in him smooth. One that you get over the top of him, he's expressive. He's extremely correct in his handle. He's firm. He's big and wide out of that hip, and he carries enough leg for me. I'm not going to tell you he's the biggest structured one for me, but last time I haven't put a hoof in the pan yet to eat. But he's got enough bone work about him. I think extremely nice weather to start the class. Our young man, Jew Lamb, that came here in second, when it came in the ring, I'd have told you it was lights out over. This is an extremely neat ewe lamb. You like her for the muscularity she has. She's big and bold in her rack shape. She's big out of her hip. She's good out of her leg, out of her rear end. One that's got some circumference in that bone work. But when you start to turn her from the side, she gets a little longer from flank to flank. Not quite as complete when you get her from the side as we analyze it to the weather that starts the class, and probably doesn't have quite that firmness as we get him in the weather of the class. One that's starting to show a little more maturity about her. But I think an awfully good ewe lamb to come here in second. Our young ladies, you here in third. Here's one that if you want to talk about cracked open coming at you in her chest floor, here's one if you get her coming at you, you can roll a bowling ball between them front legs. She's big, she's massive out of her top, but one that you start to look at her, she's not quite as correct in her hip loin juncture for me today, not quite as fresh, and one that, again, starting to get a little longer body than you'd like to see, one that you need some maturity, some guts in her, and we can sure do some things to move her around to this first hole as well. Our young ladies, ewe lamb here in fourth. Here's a ewe lamb that in most shows, most classes, she'd win the class. Unfortunately, we had these three above you, but a ewe lamb that, again, patterns are the two ewes above her. One that's extremely expressive down her top, wide made, big rib, just not quite as firm and as expressive as the three above you. I think a nice one here. Then we get to our young ladies' weather here in fifth. Here's a weather that you like, another one that's extremely tall at the point of the shoulders, one that handles extremely well. But when you start to analyze him, just not quite as massive behind that shoulder, not quite as big and as correct out of that hip as we compare him to the four above. I think an excellent set of sheep here. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Results of our Class 3 Southdown are: in 15th place, Bryson Lott; 14th, Landon Jacoby; 13th, Adeline Eilers; 12th place, Jolie Connor; 11th place, Jamison Dodds; 10th place, Calvin Groby; 9th place, Annie Eilers; 8th place, Raylan Byer; 7th place, Raylan Byer; 6th place, Jacob Connor; 5th place, Creed Byer; 4th place, Tinley Barnett; 3rd place, Hadley Maynard; 2nd place, Owen Halfman; and our class winner of Class 3 Southdowns is Grayson Krinwogi. Congratulations.
Class 5 Southdowns. Class 5 Southdowns. First call. Second call, Class 5 heavyweight Southdowns. Bring them to the ring.
Another good class of downs to start here. Young man's weather that starts the class is another one that fits me extremely well. One that you get him from the side. He's elevated up through his chest floor. He's one that's good in his rib design. He's massive out of that top. He's smooth down through that hip-loin juncture and carries enough muscle in him. One that's got some neck stretch about him, some bone work, some structure. I'll be honest, I'm going to be concerned down the road on classification with this. I think I classified yesterday, so I'm going to leave it alone. But I think he gets a little spooky for me. But I think a nice down to start the class. Our young ladies here, whether here in second, I think Pattern's our first. One that may be just a tick deeper and flatter in that forerib when we analyze him to our first place lamb. One that you sure like for the muscularity that he has. Young lady does an exceptional job getting him presented. He's big, massive out of that rack and through that loin and hip. One that you sure appreciate that. Just may not quite be as neat and as shallow up through his chest. We analyze him to the one in front. We get to our young ladies' weather here in third. I like this weather a lot. But when you get him turned from the side, he just isn't quite as mature in his flank, his depth of flank. I'd like to drop him there, and I'm assuming he got a little fevered and lost some leg wool on him. That's tough. I know how it is. We work them every day and trying to get it back. So I commend you for getting it there. Keep working at it because that's a good weather in his own right. We get to our young man's weather here in fourth. Here's another one that's kind of similar to our third, one that's extremely neat when you turn him from the side, but one, again, that you start to look at him, doesn't have quite the flank in him, the maturity up in that center body, and one that definitely isn't as massive, as bold down that top shape as the three above him. I think an excellent weather there to come in the fourth hole. And our young ladies' weather here in the fifth, again, kind of like I said the last class, maybe in another show we can move them to the first hole, but y'all got an extremely deep Southdown show here, but a weather that just might get a little more conventional from the side as we compare him to the four above him, one that isn't quite as wide and fresh and as thick loined as you get when you get over the top of him. But a nice group here. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Results of Class 4 Southdown are: in 16th place is Jaylee Goodman. 15th is Amberly Plain. 14th is Sam Seidenberger. 13th is Jackson Kinnicky. 12th is Laura Nielsen. 11th is Colton Kramer. 10th is Madison Contreras. 9th is Brody Zinner. 8th place is Adeline Eilers. 7th place is Alexandra Page. 6th place is Addison Hahn. 5th place is Zoe Maurer. 4th place is Addison Hahn. 3rd place is Briley Rader. Second place is Kayla Feller, and first place is Brett Bowers. Congratulations. Judging now is Class 5 Southdowns.
All right, Class 1 hair sheep. Class 1 hair sheep. Bring them to the ring.
I think when we get this class out here, young ladies' weather here is kind of the combination sheep. One that's extremely smooth when you get it from the side. One that you get your hands on him. He opens up in an extremely amount of muscle down his top. He's fresh through the loin. He's good out of his hip. Is he the most massive sheep in the class? No, but you sure like him for the smoothness. He's got up in some size. He's good in his shoulders. Just a complete sheep to start our class. Our young ladies here in second, I would tell you, when you turn him from the side, it's lights out. He wins this class easily. But when you get over the top of him, you just don't have that natural thickness right behind the shoulders as we compare him to the first place lamb. He's not as expressive down that top and that center body that I like to see, but I think a nice lamb to come in that second hole. Our young man's weather here in third. Here's a weather that's extremely long from flank to flank. The one that you like, the muscularity that he has, the one that you get your hands over those ribs. He's starting to get a little soft for me. We need to get him on the track, get him firmed up a little bit, but I think a nice weather to come in that third hole. We get to our young ladies' weather here in fourth. Here's another one that's extended up through that front end. He's neat in his design. He just gets outpowered when you get over the top of him and out that hip and lower leg as we compare him to the first two or the first three above him. And you look at him from the ground up. He's just sitting opened up with the base width that some of these others above him have. We get to our young ladies here rounding out the top five. Another one that you like for his eye appeal, but a sheep that's just starting to show his maturity a little bit for me. One that gets a little plainer up through that chest, a little softer over those ribs. We get him firmed up, we can do some different things. But let's give these guys a big round of applause.
Results of Class 5 Southdown are 10th place, Frankie Villanueva. 9th place, Colton Cromer. 8th place, Owen Halfman. 7th, Emma Souther. 6th place, Jackson Johnson. 5th place, Hadley Maynor. 4th place, Kinley Connor. 3rd place, Brody Rader. 2nd place, Britley Bowers. 1st place, Zoe Maurer. Congratulations. Judging now for Champion Southdown and Reserve Champion Southdown. Sponsors for our champion Southdown is Roy Ressman family, and reserve champion sponsor is Fritz Southdowns. Thank you to our donors.
Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause here for a job well done. We had talked them all in class, and I'll tell y'all, this is what we like to show. We've raised them for years, and I finally got to be the smartest guy in the room and sold my ewes. That's what makes me smart. I don't have to get up every day now and mess with them. And last year, we actually finally got to start showing for real with my son, so I know what it takes. We show the downs. We show a few blacks. It's a trick to get them in the ring in the classifiers. It's a trick to get them right, keep their boot wool on them and everything else, and have them fit right. So I commend you guys. Y'all have done a good job. I think it's a good set of sheep from first class to last class. You don't find a Southdown show unless you're at one of the Texas majors. They're as stout as I think I've seen here at Gillespie County. So y'all are to be commended. There's a bunch of them. And what I really like to see is these little guys. Y'all got a slew of first-time, second-time showmen, and God, that's good for our industry, whether in the teaching industry or you guys that are breeders standing around the ring. I like to see that, and I commend that, guys. Keep at it. Keep doing what you're doing. I think when you start to analyze them, there's three out here that hit me extremely hard. There's one that just fits me a little better today, one that's got some crispness down the top, some expression, one that's neat in their chest floor, one that's shallow through their heart. When you put them in motion, they don't fall apart. They stay up in their shoulder. They get moved. They kind of move around the ring with some cockiness, some arrogance about them. I like that about them. There's another two that gets a little closer in place, and it's just a personal preference what you would like to do with them. But I think this is an excellent group of Southdowns, and more so an excellent group of showmen. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm going to go shake your hand to your champion of reserve Southdown. I think you come out here and the young man's ewe lamb you bring in here behind our champion, she sure doesn't disappoint either. A ewe lamb extremely massive. You got to appreciate that about her. But I think if you're going to do something and you want to match a pair up, it's hard to do in a Southdown show, especially at County Fair. But I think your Class 4's got to follow our champion. Let's give this young man a round of applause.
Congratulations to Grayson Crinwogi, our champion Southdown winner, and our reserve champion Southdown winner is Brett Bowers. Entering the show ring now is our first class of pair sheep.
First call, Class 2 hair sheep. Class 2 hair sheep, come to the ring. If you are planning to floor your animal and you've already shown,
go to the back table over here against the office and see Lane Ottmers. He will get your information and walk you to the trailer. That's if you've already shown and you plan on flooring your animal. Floor price this year is $1.50 a pound.
We bring your lightweight Dorpers out here. The young lady's ewe lamb that starts the class, starts it pretty handily. Here's a ewe lamb that you sure got to appreciate for the boldness of rib that she has. She's extremely expressive down her top, hard to the touch, the biggest, freshest hip and loin in the class, one that goes into a big lower leg. If I had to change her, I'd make her a little bigger in her kind, extend her in her chest a little bit, but I think a nice ewe to start the class. Our young man's Weather here in second. This Weather does have that extension up through that front end. You like that about him, but he doesn't have quite that rib design and total dimension of muscle down that top and center body, and one that you'd like to pick him up in his tailhead ever so slightly to move him up in class, but I think a nice pair there. Our young ladies here in third. Here's a little Dorper that you gotta love, the expression of rack shape that this sheep has, one that's hard to the handle, one that's long from flank to flank, but a sheep that gets a little more conventional from the side. You like to give him a little more extension up through that front end, make him balance up from the side a little more to move up in class, but I think a nice one here in the third hole. And we get to our young man's here in fourth. Here's another Weather that you get him from the side. He just gets a little more conventional. When you analyze him, not quite as big out of that hip as the other three above him, but one that you sure like just for the dimension that he has through his center body. A nice group. Let's give all the exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of Class 1 hair sheep are 8th place, Mackenzie Pieper, 7th place, Mackenzie Pieper, 6th place, Braden Bond, 5th place, Autumn Kirchner, 4th place, William Kirchner, 3rd place, Clara Bond, 2nd place, Jacob Connor, and Bridley Bowers is 1st place. Congratulations. If you are through showing, you are welcome to go ahead and load up and pack out. They're trying to clear the barn as soon as possible today because the hogs can't come in or the steers until we're cleared out. We're judging Class 2 hair sheep now.
Class 3 hair sheep. First call, Class 3 hair sheep.
We bring your Class 2 hair sheep out here. The young man's wether that starts it pretty easily for me. One that you sure love from the side. He's extremely shallow and neat in his rib design. He's got some width about him coming at you and going away from you. He's correct on them feet and legs. One that doesn't disappoint you when you get on the top of him. He's got some expression and muscle, extremely fresh through that loin and out that hip and lower leg. I like this hair sheep a lot. We get to our young man's sitting here in you here in second, and our young man's wether here in third. It's a closer placing between the pair. I decided to start with this young man's ewe lamb here in second. A ewe that just gets a little smoother in her makeup when you get over over his shoulders, blend in a little better. It ain't quite as coarse made when you get over the top of them. And one that sure doesn't disappoint you. She's got an extremely big top, good through her loin. One that you'd like to give a little more centered dimension of leg as we compare to the one above her, but I think a nice ewe to come here in second. We get to our young man's wether here in third. Here's a wether that you get your hands on him. He's extremely firm. He's a very expressive in his rack shape, but a wether that you get to him, you'd like to widen him out in his hip loin juncture. He wants to roll and taper a little bit for me, and one that gets a little more incorrect when you put him in motion. But I think a nice wether just needs to come on and get a little fat, smooth up a little bit. We can do some different things. When we get to our young lady's wether here in fourth, here's another one that's extremely cool up through that front end, tall at the point of the shoulders. He just starts to get outpowered when you analyze him to the three above him. Gets a little more calm and in plane when you turn him from the side. But I think a nice group of Dorpers. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results of our Class 2 hair sheep are Jaden Stone in 7th. Jaden Stone has 6th. 5th place is Blair Marshall. 4th place is Mackenzie Love. 3rd place, Brody Rader. 2nd place, Jacob Connor. And 1st place goes to Knox Pageant. Congratulations. In the arena is Class 3 hair sheep.
First call, Class 1, medium wool. Class 1, medium wool.
When we bring your heavyweight Dorpers out here, I guess they lined them up outside, I'm not sure, but we're going to leave them just like they came in. The young lady's wether that starts a class wins this class pretty easily. Here's a wether that's big in his size, one that's got some base width about him. He's neat in his rib, one that's massive down his top, one that's good through his hip-loin juncture and carries a nice lower leg. That's a nice wether to start our class. Our young lady's ewe that comes here in second, I think is the one that patterns our first, one that's smooth up through that shoulders, one that's got some muscularity down that top, just not quite as massive out of that hip as we analyze it to the first place wether there, but a sheep that you have to appreciate for the attractiveness, the side profile that she has. Good job, young lady. We get to our young man's wether here in third. Here's one that's probably a little taller at the point of the shoulders than the pair above him, but a sheep that gets a little coarser when you get down to his lower shoulder, not quite as massive down his top, a little more jammed up in his neck set there as we compare him. And one that you put him in motion, you sure like to pick him up in his pastures. I think a nice wether here in third. And we get to our young man's fourth one here at wether here in fourth that rounds out the class. A sheep that you sure like for the body that he has, a sheep that you'd like to just get him a little more muscularity and touch to him to move up in class. Let's give these guys a big round of applause.
Results of our Class 3 hair sheep are fourth place Colton Aiken, third place Ethan Marshall, second place Hadley Maynor, first place Briley Rader. And our champion sponsors for the hair sheep are Brad and Tiffany Rader, and Fredericksburg FFA is for the reserve champion hair sheep sponsor.
Second call, Class 1 medium wool. Class 1 medium wool.
I think when you bring your Dorper lineup out here, your first and seconds, I'm extremely impressed. Again, it wasn't a very big show, but the quality was deep from end to end. And you talk about a species or a breed that has turned the corner in a hurry. I don't know that I've ever seen a species or a breed of sheep that has gotten good this quick as they have. They haven't really been in the show ring very long, and boy, have they gotten good. And these breeders have done an excellent job. I think there's one out here that fits me extremely well, and it gets a little closer between the reserve, but one that just kind of a little more eye appealing, one that you can back up, got plenty of muscle to take a beautiful picture. Your Class 2 winner is going to be your champion. Let's give this young man a round of applause. I think when you come out here to pick your reserve, again, there's not one that really matches the champion, but I think you got to come out here and analyze quality for quality. And there's not an ounce of difference between our lightweight and our heavyweight winner here. It's just preference of what you like. I think one's just got a little more to them, a little more substance, a little more about them's got some more grow. The heavyweight's going to be a reserve. Let's give this young lady a round of applause.
Entering the show ring is Class 1 medium wool. Champion Hair Sheep went to Knox Pageant, and reserve champion Hair Sheep went to Briley Raider. Congratulations.
Class 2 medium wool. First call, Class 2 medium wool.
When you bring your lightweight medium wolves out here, we got a good group in this top 5. Our young lady's ewe-lamb here that starts the class. Here's one that's kind of deceiving when you get her from the side. She's extremely shallow up through that heart. One that you look at and you say, well, does she have enough muscle? But when you get over the top of her, she's extremely big backed. Probably one of the biggest backs in the class itself. One that you like that about her, extremely firm to the touch, wide in her loin, big out of her pin set. Could we give her a little more lower leg? Absolutely. Could we probably give her a little more foot size? We sure could, or just give her a little more wool. But I think one that you got to appreciate for the round rib that she has. She's cracked open, she's big in her back, and still yet attractive from the side. Our young man's ewe lamb here in second. Here's one that I like extremely well to match our pattern, our first. One that probably has a little more maturity back through her flank, a little deeper in her flank, but not quite as expressive when you get over the top of her. One that's not as wide and as deep in her loin eye as we compare it to the first place lamb, but one that you sure appreciate. I think that's a nice pair of ewe lamb to start the class. Our young man's Weather here in third. Here's a Weather, another one that gets pretty deceiving, being a little darker pelt, but one that does have some muscularity about him, one that does have some rib and design in him, but one that you get over the top of him. He wants to roll in his loin structure there. I'd like to flatten him out, get him a little deeper, and we can do some things, but I think a nice Weather to come in that third hole. Our young man's Weather here in fourth. Here's a Weather that's extremely long from flank to flank. Young man gets him presented extremely well. He's hard to the touch, but one that you get over the top of him, he's not quite as wide made as the trio above him. You get to that center body and that hip loin juncture right there. You want to flatten him out, give him a little more shape there. I think a nice one that come in that fourth hole. Then we get to our young ladies rounding out the top 5. Here's one that's extremely attractive from the side. Just doesn't have that body in him, not quite as wide made as dimensional as we get above these top 4. I think an excellent group here. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
right, Class 3, medium wool. Class 3, medium wool. Bring them in.
Results of Class 1 medium wool are Brody Zinner in 12th place. 11th place is Cale Watson. 10th place is Allie Seidenberger. 9th place is Sydney Jones. 8th place is Ryland Pamir. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. 7th place, Leighton Haley. 6th place, Kayla Sims. 5th place, Zoe Maurer. 4th place, Ethan Marshall. 3rd place, Ethan Southard. 2nd place, Connor Sims. And Britley Bowers is our first place winner. Congratulations to Class 1 medium wool.
Zoe Meyer. Zoe, bring your Class 3 medium wool up, please.
I think when we bring your Class 2 medium wools out here, it gets a little challenging in placing and finding what you like and getting them to the top and getting them as close as you like them. Young lady's ewe lamb kind of worked her way up there. Here's one that once she gets him set, you got to love the big, bold rib that she has. She's got some foot size about her. You get in front of her, she's opened up in her chest from the ground up. She goes into a big top, big loin, big out of her hip, and nice out of that rear leg. Just a complete ewe to start the class for me today. We get to the weather here in second, and there for the while, I just told you he was going to win the class. He's extended up through that front end. He's extremely firm to the touch. I think when you analyze him compared to our first place, he doesn't have quite that foot structure. He's not quite as neat in his rib design as we get to the ewe lamb here, but a weather that you sure like when you turn him and you get your hands on him. One that handles with some firmness and correctness over those ribs. Nice weather to come here in second. Our young man's ewe lamb here in third. Here's a ewe, another one that's deceiving, extremely shallow up through her chest. But a sheep that you start to analyze her at this weight, she needs to have a little more flank in her at this time. One that's big out of that top, one that's kind of greasy over those ribs. It's a little surprising when you turn her from the side, but you get your hands on her, she gets a little softer over those ribs. And a ewe that you'd like to give a little more lower third of leg to move up against these first two above her. We get to our young man's weather here in fourth. Here's our ewe lamb here. Here's a sheep that gets a little more conventional in its size, one that is big and bold in that rib design and rib shape, but one that we need to get in the class or two below, get him trimmed up over those ribs there and get him a little lighter in class to be able to compete. I think a nice conventional sheep here to come in the fourth hole. When we get to our young lady's ewe that comes in the top five, one that's extremely expressive when you get your hands on him. Young lady's having a little difficult time handling that big sheep, but I think one that's got some good things about her. She's shallow up through that heart, one that's neat in her shoulder, one that bearded changer, another one that you'd like to get a little more balance from the side. She doesn't quite drop good enough in her flank for me to get to this weight, but I think a sheep that you sure appreciate. And young lady, you've done a good job keeping a hold of her. Let's give these guys a big round of applause.
Results of Class 2 medium wool are 19th, Hannah Nielsen. 18th, Ariana Watson. 17th, Laura Nielsen. 16th, Andrea Pesic. 15th, Madeline Ray. 14th, Sarah Elbers. 13th, Colton Cromer. 12th place, Isabella Martin. 11th place, Sydney Jones. 10th place, Lauren Benfield. 9th place, Brody Zinner. 8th place, Rayleigh Byer. 7th place, Blair Marshall. 6th place, Whitney Spaeth. 5th place, Anders Eckert. 4th place is Hanson Eilers. 3rd place, Brett Bowers. 2nd place, Kayla Feller. And our Class 1 winner is Annie Eilers. Congratulations to Class 2 Medium Wool. In the arena now is Class 3 Medium Wools.
Class 4 medium wool, first call. Class 4 medium wool.
If you are through showing and you are going to floor your lamb, go see Lane Ottmers back at the back office table, and he'll escort you to the trailer and get your information. Floor price for lambs this year is $150. At the conclusion of the lamb show, if you want looking for something to do, go over to the open pavilion to the west side of the barn here, and the ag mechanics have their projects going on over there. They're being judged right now, and at 4 o'clock will be the fastest cutting torch program going on, and that's kind of cool to go watch. So if you're looking for something to do a little later on, walk on over there and check out those projects. They're pretty awesome.
Oh, when we get your Class 3 weather or medium wools in here, the young man's weather, I mean, he's giving this young man all kinds of fits, but when you get him plugged, and especially when you put this sheep in motion, he wins this class coming and going. Here's a sheep that comes at you. He's cracked open in the chest floor, one that shoulders laid in him so smooth, one that's got a big rib in him. He's dimensional down his top, wide through that loin, out of that hip and that lower leg. A nice sheep to start this class. Is he the bushiest legged one? No. But he's acceptable for me. I'm not going to get hung up on bushy legs. We have to work too hard at home, and it's frustrating. But I think this sheep here starts. If he just drive out, it'd be a no-brainer, but I think this young man has a nice sheep to start the class. Young lady's weather here in second, one that she kind of presented at this spot here, one that's elevated up through that chest floor. Young lady does an exceptional job getting him presented. One that's not quite as neat in his rib design, wants to get a little flatter. I'm not saying he's flat. I'm saying he gets a little flatter than the one that we used to win the class. But I think a nice sheep here in second. We get to the young man's here in third, one that I kind of didn't really miss when he came in, but he's not necessarily my type. He gets a little more conventional, but there's so much good in this sheep here. One that's big in his rib, but yet still he's got some smoothness about him through that shoulder. He's massive down that top, out of that hip and lower leg. Is he starting to carry a little bit of flesh over those ribs? Absolutely. I like to lean him up, get him cranked down in a class or so, and I think we can do some different things. But I like the body of him, the production that he's got in him, the width that he has. We get to our young ladies here in fourth. Here's one that's big down his back, long-sided, tall-fronted, but one that you just start to analyze at this weight range and this maturity pattern. We got to get a little more body and flank in this one to move him up in class. He's not quite as correct in that hip one, not quite as wide made as the three above him. I think he's a cool-looking sheep from the side, long, tall, with some muscle, and I appreciate that about him. We get to our young ladies' weather here in fifth. Here's another one that's similar to our fourth, one that's tall at the point of the shoulders, one that's hard and crisp to the touch, one that just doesn't have that width of body and dimension of center rib as we compare him down the line, one that you'd like to make him a little more massive in that upper hip and lower leg to move up. But I think an excellent group of exhibitors, an excellent group of sheep. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results of our Class 3 medium wool are 18th place, Landon Childers, 17th place, Lana Childers, 16th place, Madison Contreras, 15th place, Cecilia Pesic, 14th place, Jaylee Goodman, 13th place, Annabelle Page, 12th place, Clay Feller, 11th place, Emma Geiswhite, 10th place, Owen Martin, 9th place, Emma Geiswhite, 8th place, Bradley Rader, 7th place, Adeline Eilers, 6th place, Sarah Albers, 5th place, Zoe Maurer, 4th place, Clay Feller, 3rd place, Connor Sims, 2nd place, Kayla Feller, and our class winner is Cannon Downs. Congratulations to Class 3 showmen. Those of you that are champions of fine wool, medium wool, in Southdowns and hair sheep, champions and reserve champions, be getting your animals ready, because immediately following the champion blacks, we will have the grand champion drive.
we bring your heavyweights out here. We got a good group of sheep to be this size and whatnot. Our young ladies blue weather that starts a class is one that's, you know, already thumping up there at 160 pounds, which, you know, it is what it is, but one that's massive but yet still smooth in that shoulder, one that's fresh through that loin, one that's big and bold out of that hip in the lower leg. And when you start to compare him with the one that's standing behind him, he's one that just got a tick more foot size about him. He's a little more expressive and firmer to the touch when you get your hands on him. And he definitely out excels our second place when you get in that hip loin juncture. He's about an inch or so wider and flatter when you start to analyze him. And he carries a little more leg down that lower leg, but I think a nice weather to come in here win your heavyweight class. Our young man's ewe lamb right here, here's one that hit me pretty hard when it came in. You still have to appreciate this ewe. When she comes at you, she's got some base width. She's cracked open, she's big ribbed, she's big back. When we analyze her and compare her to this first place weather, she's not quite as wide and as fresh in the loin eye, not quite as massive out of that hip, and definitely doesn't carry as much lower leg as we do in the weather above her. I think that's a neat pair to start our heavyweight class. Our young man's ewe lamb here in third, another one that hit me extremely hard. Another ewe that you start to analyze. You love the shoulder that this ewe has. She's attractive from the side. She's good ribbed. One that is long body, but yet she's still going to carry some flank in her like they need to be. She just gets out horsepowered when we get to these top two above her. I think a nice ewe there. Then we get to our one coming in here fourth. Here's a sheep that is extremely tall at the point of the shoulders, one that's big in their kind and design, one that you just got to get a little more natural thickness down their top and that center body, blow them apart to compete with the trio above you. I think a nice one here. And the same as we come up to round out our top five, the young ladies weather here. Here's another one that's very attractive from the side. They'll take a nice profile picture, but a sheep that you start to get your hands on them, we just got to crack them open. We got to get a little more muscularity about them down their top, through that loin and out of that hip and lower leg to move them up in the top four. But let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause for a job well done.
Be bringing up your champion fine wool cross, Southdown, and your hair sheep, and your reserve champion fine wool, reserve champion cross, and reserve champion Southdown, and reserve champion hair sheep to the holding pen. Lining up for judging now is your champion medium wools. Sponsors for our champion medium wool is MK Gas, and reserve champion medium wool sponsor is Usner Brothers. Thank you to those donors.
I think when you bring your medium wolves out here, I mean, it's odd to have a Southdown show bigger than your medium wolves, but y'all did. But yet y'all still have the quality in your medium wolves to look at from top to bottom. They all got some muscularity. We've got some look about them. I like what I got out here. There's some differences amongst some of them, but they all have that look. They all have that muscularity. They got that touch. I mean, there's a trio here, and it ain't hard to figure out which ones I'm looking at that I really like. I like how they handle. I like their structure. I like how they move. There's just one that kind of hits me a little harder and is complete, getting plugged in the ground right now, and I appreciate that about it. Your heavyweight's going to be your champion medium. Well, let's give this young lady a round of applause. I think when you come in here for reserve, it gets a little closer placing in my mind between our heavyweight second and our Class 3 winner here. But I think when you start analyzing them pound for pound, you look at them. One isn't working real well for me today, but I'm not going to take away from that sheep. He's a good one. Our Class 3 winner is going to be our reserve. Let's give this young man a round of applause.
Our champion medium wool goes to Talon Toch, and our reserve champion medium wool goes to Cannon Dance. Congratulations. We also need your champion fine wool cross, Southdown, champion hair sheep, and your medium wool to the holding pen, as well as all of the reserve champions. Quick reminder, if you are flooring your lamb, there is someone back there at the trailer now. So get your lambs over there if you are flooring them as soon as possible. We have to clear out the barn so the hogs and the steers can come in. Clay Feller, we need you to the holding pen. Clay Feller and Brett Bowers.
Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause for a job well done. As I said a little minute ago, we're over here visiting the ring help. I appreciate everything you do. Without that, we wouldn't be able to have these shows. And on that note, with what's going on, we're lucky to have shows anyway right now. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to come here and get in the county fair and come judge y'all's. We had to miss ours last year due to COVID, and I'm scared to death that we're going to miss it again because we're second week of April and there's no telling what will occur here. So us livestock folks, I mean, we're tried and true. We'll do what it takes to make sure our kids get to exhibit their animals. They work all year for it, and I'm telling you guys, it's tough to get up and get a 10-year-old or a 9-year-old, fixing to be 10, he'll yell at me if I say he's 9 right now, get him outside and say, hey son, let's go work our animals every day to get shut down. It's disheartening. I understand it. I get it. I know you guys have worked your rear off. I'm appreciative to be here. I'm glad to see you on the ring. Hopefully we can get to all our other shows. I know y'all guys had Kerrville canceled the other day, but I think something's already popped up, I'm pretty sure. So again, the livestock industry is amazing. We're amazing people, from the parents, from the advisors, from the extension agents, from the breeders. Everybody looks out for everybody, and I truly believe that. From a person, if you dislike somebody, and we leave a stock show, and I promise you, if you're broke down on the side of the road, somebody will stop and help you. They could be your worst enemy, but they know, hey, you're a livestock family, I'm gonna help you, I'm gonna stop. That's the type of people we are. We're the people that stand for the flag. We're the people that pray for God, and gosh knows we need it right now. But I appreciate what we're doing. Good job, kids. Everybody's polite. I'd asked before I got here, hey, what kind of COVID restrictions we are, and I'd abided by whatever you would want. I am very appreciative to be out of a mask because I'm in it 5 days a week, 10 hours a day, it seems like, or longer. So I appreciate that. I have no problems. If you wear one, get it. If you don't want to, I'm not going to look down on you. But talking livestock, y'all have an extremely deep show. When we start with our fine wools, we got an exceptional group of animals here, and I know that down the road we're going to hear, hey, Gillespie County, hey, Gillespie County, in all species. We got a group of fine wools that come in, that bring in the things I look for. They're tall at the shoulders, they're attractive, they have that muscularity about them, they have that rib design, they're functional when they move around. Do I walk out here and always pick the thickest one in the barn? No, I don't, I never have, and I don't know that I ever will. That's not what we show. That's not kind of what we used to raise. We always like them attractive with enough muscle to them that kind of judges like to gravitate and kind of stick out when they come in the ring. And I think that the finals do that, as well as our crosses here, our little cross ewe-lamb and our weather in reserve. They all have those attributes about them, their muscularity, their firm. Then they get to our Southdowns here, and again, I just said it, to have a Southdown show bigger than your medium wools, that's extremely odd, and I think y'all may be the only county in Texas, or I'll venture to say the only county in the country that's got more Southdowns than they do medium wools. And it was deep from end to end, and I know we got some breeders in this area that raise some good ones, but I'm extremely pleased with the pair that I have. I can venture to say that these guys are going to have a good day down the road. The competitive side in me is, I hope my son has one spot better than these guys down the road, but if we don't, I'm going to look up there and say, heck, I used that one the other day. I must know something. But I think they're very competitive in what they are. We get to our hair sheep, and I'm extremely pleased with them. We're the one we used to win. I mean, if that doesn't look like a show lamb, I don't know what does. He's extremely cool to look at. He's one that's got some muscle, and I mean, as I said earlier, I mean, that breed has came around viciously and going to be competitive, and it scares us guys. It scares me as a Southdown guy. Hey, we can't get them big ones won, and then you got a hair sheep that's coming around like they are and looking the way they do, and they're getting very competitive. And then we come up here to our medium wools. I mean, we got some power, we got some look. They're functional. They're complete in their makeup. We got good from top to bottom. And I'm not stuck on just one. I think there's a group out here I can do some different things, but I'm going to go out here and do what I feel is best. But I want to thank y'all again from the bottom of my heart. Kids, keep doing what you're doing. Hopefully we'll all be at San Antonio here for too long, a couple of weeks, and all see each other there, and we all have good days. Let's give these givers another big round of applause for a job well done.
All our champions and reserve champion lambs need to go to the backdrop for pictures. Immediately go to the backdrop for pictures. If you were through showing, please clean up your area and move out of the barn so the hogs can move in.